Glad to have you with us in the studio. I'm Reese Davis, bringing you the EA Sports NCAA Football 14 pregame show presented by Nissan. Innovation that excites. The Cougars didn't bother to listen to all of those preseason prognostications, which, quite frankly, weren't very flattering. Their play has been most impressive so far. The question now, can they maintain that level of performance? That's going to do it for us here on the pregame show. NCAA Football 14 action coming at you right now. Fred Nessler and Kirk Herbstreit.
Welcome to neutral side action, and we're just about ready for kickoff. And now it's time for the coin toss, and it's brought to you by Coke Zero. Real Coca-Cola taste, 0 calories. Enjoy everything. Alexander is lined up and just about ready to send this one off as we're ready to get this game underway. He kicks it off, and he got all of that one. He's to the 20. They'll bring him down at the 27-yard line.
27 yards.
The quarterback leads the team out on the field for the first drive. And now he's got room to run. He's at midfield, and he's taken down around the 43-yard line. Oh, that was one beauty of an option by that quarterback.
No question. There was no hesitation whatsoever. Once he saw that hole, he turned it upfield and left everybody in the dust.
From the 43-yard line, first down. That close to being intercepted. That could have been a big play for the defense.
Yeah, even though he had a good shot at picking it off, it's still a heck of a play to force the incomplete pass.
Dumps it complete to the halfback over the middle. Knocked out of bounds at the 26-yard line.
I think a key in being able to throw a good screen pass is the quarterback selling, looking downfield as if he's going to throw the ball downfield, knowing he's about to retreat and just dump it to his running back. So I think the quarterback is the key, being able to time it up, wait for that pressure to get to him, and then wait to the last possible second to deliver the football to the receiver or running back.
He launches one for the end zone. Almost intercepted.
Call the intended receiver on the play. That makes it 2nd and 10.
Second down, 10 yards to go. Ball on the 26-yard line.
Three down. Mike 13.
They might be coming here. Trying to set up a little screen, gets it to his tailback. Out of bounds at the 18.
8 yards. 3rd down.
From the 18-yard line, it's 3rd down. it's almost picked off.
The defensive coordinator did a great job with the play call there. He put his defense in alignment and in position to be able to make a play on the football. Everything worked perfectly. They just dropped the football. Boy, the offense caught a break there.
TCU is looking to go up by 3. Kicks away, and it is good. Here's an update from the studio and Reese Davis.
Time to head for Reno, and for Arizona, they've won 2 straight. Arizona wins it 28-14.
Reese, 3-0 here. The kicker looks like he's ready to kick this one off. He just drills this one. He's to the 10. And he has it on the corner. He's taken down at the 14-yard line. Washington State's a team and a program that year in, year out's got 1,000-yard rushers. Sometimes they've got 2. And they've got that huge offensive line. And, you know, you get too worried about them, and sometimes you can overlook the fact they can throw the ball.
It's going to be tough today for this defense. I think they're going to have to take some chances and load this line of scrimmage. And, you know, as a play caller for this offense, when you have such a gifted running back, it opens up every aspect of the offense. I mean, the play-action pass with this running game, you get those linebackers and safeties coming up close to the line of scrimmage. It's a great time to really open up and show what you can do as a complete offense. It'll be a challenge.
From their own 19-yard line, it's second down.
Mike 56, Mike 56.
Ready. Easy. Still
Quick throw, caught by the fullback. He's taken down at the 22-yard line.
Gain of 3 on the play. That'll bring up 32.
Navajo. Ready. Blue and yank.
Nice run, and he's brought down. So the tailback's going to come away with a first down on the play.
Good play here. Getting a new set of downs and keeping the run an integral part of this offense.
First down, 10 to go. Ball on the 27-yard line. Complete, but out of bounds. Going to lose some ground.
That is a loss of 1 yard. That makes it second and 10.
Squeeze, double.
Mike 56, Mike 56.
Ready. 58.
It's knocked away, incomplete.
Hey, that's a heads-up play there by the defender. Get those hands up and something good may just happen.
Third and 10.
And they'll look to convert here on another third down.
Mike 56, Mike 56.
Easy. Eagle. Kill. 98 Weasel.
He lets it go. Oh, boy, almost intercepted.
Smith, the intended receiver on the play. That'll make it 3rd and 10.
Rodgers to punt. Signals for a fair catch.
Fair catch made at the 33-yard line.
So they're just about set to get the game going again.
Mike 13.
TCU is up by 3. They'll bring him down at the 31-yard line.
The defense needs to be careful. The safety might have made that play, but if he keeps coming up on the run, he'll be spaced downfield for the pass.
Second down, about 12 yards to go. Ball on the 31. Wants to throw outside. And a nice catch there before he stepped out of bounds. So the referee initially calls it a catch, but we'll get a second look at it here and determine if he was in bounds when he hauled it in.
And that play happened so fast that it was very tough to tell if he was able to get a foot down or not.
After review of the play, the ruling on the field stands.
So they review it, but there's just not enough evidence to overturn this one. From the 46-yard line, first down. And they make the stop at the 37.
Called a gain of 9 yards. That brings up 2nd and 1.
It's 2nd down now. They're just a few feet away from that first down marker. Play fake and looking to run. He made a real nice play on that one.
I'll tell you what, in today's game, you have to have the ability to run the football. Give the quarterback a lot of credit. He made a great play and really gave his team a boost.
TCU has a 3-point lead. Inside the 10, breaks one and scores. And he adds the extra point. Let's get an update now. Here's Reese Davis. Reese?
Let's see how the top 10 are faring today. The Spartans' rushing attack can be difficult to stop, and they get into the end zone for a touchdown.
Hart looks ready to kick this one off. Excellent kick. He's to the 10. Across the 30. The 50. Inside the 30. To the 10. And he scores. Touchdown.
When a guy like this gets into the open field, it's pretty much game over if you're trying to catch him. You kind of had that feeling he was going to do something big today, and that's exactly what he did right there.
Here's the point after to try to cut this to a 3-point game. And he tacks on the extra point. Alexander ready to kick. Sends it sailing downfield. He's to the 20. He's tackled at the 29. The Horned Frogs are having a ton of fun down there on the sidelines. You can just see that everything's clicking for them. It's looking easy.
Now, remember, it's still early in this football game, and if I'm the defense on the other side of the football, I'm trying to come up with ways when we're on the sideline of what we can do to stop this powerful offense.
They ran the ball very well on their last drive, and it resulted in 6.
3 down.
TCU is up a field goal. And down he goes at the 38-yard line.
That's a gain of 9 on the play. That brings up 2nd and 1.
Short yardage situation here. It's 2nd down and 1. Complete. He's got room. Brought down at the 48.
Getting him the ball in the passing game creates real havoc for the defense. There aren't many linebackers who can stay with him in coverage, that's for sure.
Under pressure. Decides to tuck it in, and he's got space. And he hits him hard at the 29-yard line. From the 29-yard line, it's first down. Tries to scramble, but he's sacked.
Loss of 8
Throws it in a hurry. He's knocked out of bounds right around the 20.
Quarterback and his receiver make a great play here and convert on an early down.
Short yardage situation here. It's 3rd and 1. TCU holds a field goal lead. Scrambling around. Slides down to the ground.
That's another first down, Brad. And right now, you can just really feel and sense the rhythm that this offense is in. Their ability to pick up first downs, just pushing this defense further and further down, back deep into their own territory.
Hands off to the left, and they wrestle him down behind the line.
That's 4 yards on the play. That makes it 2nd and 14.
Here's the 8th play of the series.
3 down, 3 down. Mike 13, Mike 13.
The 10. Touchdown, Horned Frogs. He makes the PAT. Reese Davis joins us in the studio with this update. Reese? Hayes is back ready to receive, and boy, has he been the game breaker on special teams today. Nice kick, plenty of distance. He's to the 10. And they push him out right around the 18-yard line. The Horned Frogs are smothering the opposition so far today. What's this offense got to do to get off the schneid?
Well, you talk to offensive coordinators about that, and they'll say we've got to find our go-to guy. Who are our players that we know we can count on, and what are the plays that we typically feel the most confident about? That's usually where the offenses tend to go when they're getting shut down like this.
Quick out to his receiver. And he's tackled around the 40-yard line.
He stood in there that time against the blitz. They were coming after him, but he showed the poise and was able to connect for a big gain.
So the big gain resulting from the pass play leaves us with a 1st and 10.
Mike 56, Mike 56.
He gets to about the 27-yard line.
The reason why it's so crucial to be able to run effectively like this is it keeps the defense guessing. They have no idea whether you're passing or running, even if you need medium to long-range yards.
2 times, 2 times. 4 down, 4 down. Mike 56, Mike 56.
He's tackled at the 18-yard line.
Gain of 9 yards. That brings up 2nd and 1.
It's 2nd down now, and they're just a few feet away from that first down marker.
Mike 56, Mike 56.
Inside the 10. Touchdown, Washington State. Well-designed play to get the halfback into the end zone.
Hey, for this guy, it doesn't matter how it's drawn up. He can make his own play as he goes along. That was a nice run.
The draw within a field goal. He splits the uprights with the extra point. A 4-play, 82-yard drive, and they add 7 points to the scoreboard.
You know, you always prepare your offense to think that we're going to have some success. These guys got to be coming over the sidelines after touchdown saying, man, I didn't expect it to be this easy.
The score now, 17-14. He's to the 20. Tackle made at the 23-yard line.
This is my kind of game. We're getting a chance to see so many touchdowns. I just wonder if this offense could continue the flow that we've seen from the previous 3 series.
And offense is back on the field after running the ball very well on their last drive.
This offensive line really opened up some big gaps for the running back last time.
Here they come. Lost the ball. Fumble. Scooped up by the defense. And he's taken down around the 21-yard line.
Yeah, I think we saw the effects of what a long drive can do to a defense the last time this offense was out on the field. They took that football and drove the length of the field to put points up on the board. And I think it really started to affect not only just the psyche of this defense, but maybe even the conditioning where they started to get a little bit fatigued.
From the 21-yard line, second down. Gets the ball here and brought down in the backfield. And it's intercepted by the senior quarterback.
Brown with the interception.
From their own 26-yard line. First down. TCU is up by 3. It's out to around the 35. We've played one. TCU in front, 17-14.
He's up second and 1.
Back to the action now here in the second quarter. Watkins takes it left. Tackle made at the 34-yard line.
That was a loss of 1 yard on the play. Third down.
So it's third down, and they've got about 2 yards to go.
3 down, 3 down. Mike 13, Mike 13. Check down. Check 9.
He gets hit out of bounds around the 31-yard line.
Loss of 3 yards on the play. Fourth down.
They look like they've got the block on, and this offensive line's got to give him some time. It's away, and it's a booming punt. And he makes it out to about the 41-yard line. There hasn't been too much daylight between these two teams. In games like this, some players try to press too much, and that can cause mistakes.
Check 9.
Quick release. Oh, had it knocked down.
His receiver didn't have much of a chance to make a play on the ball, so credit the defender for breaking it up.
From their own 41-yard line, it's second down.
Mike 56, Mike 56.
Ready. Easy. Box 2. Check. Patriot.
Quick release, tight end, incomplete.
You know, the execution's pretty good here by the offense as far as the route and the progression and the read by the quarterback. But the tight end's got to do a better job of trying to get 1 foot down in bounds and realizing where he is on the field.
So the referee is going to take a look at several angles. Now remember, he's seeing the same thing we are, and he needs indisputable video evidence to overturn the call.
After review of the play, the ruling on the field is reversed.
So after review, they decide that this call should be reversed. First and 10, ball on the 47.
Mike 56, Mike 56.
Tackled after a decent run up the gut.
Call it a gain of 6 yards. That'll make it second and 4.
Check. There.
run, and he's brought down.
Gain of 6 on the play. First down.
From the 35-yard line. First down.
56, Mike, 56.
Let's go!
He's taken down around the 27-yard line.
Color on the tackle at the 27-yard line. That makes it 2nd and 2.
Check, check! Regular, regular, regular!
Mike, 56, Mike, 56.
Tackle around the 26-yard line.
That's a gain of 1 on the play. That'll make it 3rd and 1.
This is the 8th play of this drive.
Check, check! Thunder! Thunder!
56, Mike, 56.
Tackled after a decent pickup. Well, these guys lost a lot of talent to graduation last year, and they've got to put some new faces in there. And this guy looks like he's the real thing, and he can help in that area. This is the 9th play of this drive.
Mike, 56, Mike, 56.
Here we go! Check, check! Fox 2! Fox 2!
Fires it out. It's away from him. Touchdown. And he converts the extra point. Let's go to the studio for this Reese Davis update.
The Spartans arrived today ranked number 7. Their steady climb in the polls, they hope, will continue today. We've been watching this thing all day long. A tight game, 2 relentless fighters exchanging blows.
Washington State lines up for the kickoff. He kicks it off, and he got all of that one. Makes it out to maybe the 19-yard line.
19 yards.
Momentum swings have been fairly even. And with so little separation, this game can be drastically changed on just 1 or 2 plays. And they get him in the backfield for a loss.
Loss of 2 on the play. That'll bring up 2nd and 12.
From their own 17-yard line. 2nd down.
Mike 13, Mike 13. Switch, switch.
Sit! Watch the 280!
Motion, 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 motion. Comes up the helmet. Here we go,
Here's the halfback on the screen. Knocked out of bounds at the 26.
Gain of 9 on the play. That makes it 3rd and 3.
They need about 3 yards to get the first down here on 3rd down. There's a strike complete. He's pushed out of bounds at the 37.
That's a gain of 11 on the play. First down.
Complete, brought down, nothing doing.
That brings up 2nd and 9.
2nd down and 9 to go. Ball on the 38-yard line. They'll bring him down at the 35.
Loss of 3 yards on the play. That brings up 3rd and 12.
And so it's another third down upcoming here.
Right 13, right 13. Shoot! Check 13.
Zips it left. Picked off. And they make the stop at the 49-yard line.
Oh, boy. I bet he knew as soon as he released that football that he shouldn't have made the throw. And that's the thing. When you're under that kind of pressure, it takes away that one split second you need to scan the area so you know where it's a safe throw.
First down, 10 yards to go. Ball on the 49-yard line. Washington State holds a 4-point lead. He fights forward to around midfield. Pickup of a yard for the tailback.
One thing the coaches always say about this sophomore is that he has great lateral movement. That lets him move well behind this defensive line and get after a lot of plays in the running game.
Easy, easy, easy. Eagle! Eagle!
He makes his way out to about the 35.
Call it a gain of 15 yards.
From the 35-yard line. It's first down.
Mike 56.
Easy, easy, easy. Lock in, lock in.
And he throws right away. Interception. Not a good decision there. Why'd he even throw that pass?
Well, it's a good job by the corner of sitting back and reading the quarterback's eyes. Good job of disguising coverage as well.
First down, 10 to go. Ball on the 13. Brought down at about the 19-yard line.
Gain of 6 yards. That'll make it 2nd and 4.
They're about 4 yards away here on second down. Now he tries to buy some time. And down he goes around the 23-yard line.
Gain of 4 on the play. That'll bring up 3rd and inches.
And he throws it away. That's going to bring up 4th down.
Great hold by the defense. They were expecting the pass play, and they defended it very well.
Hart awaits the snap. Hayes fields it at the 35. Gets to about the 44-yard line. The Cougars obviously have built their offense around this guy. And through 2 quarters, everything's working, Herbie. But, you know, you can't just rely on one guy. And he's got to be careful a little bit in the 3rd and 4th quarter, too.
Well, you want to keep pushing. I mean, he's off to a great start. This offense is obviously off to a great start. It's a 4-quarter game. And, you know, the opponent's going to try to get back into this game, take some chances. So if this running back is smart, he'll continue to challenge himself, his offensive line, and the entire offense. Continue to try to put more points up on the board.
Got it to the senior. Touchdown! Huge play.
Great effort by the wide receiver. And not to take anything away from the quarterback, but the wide receiver made this play.
It makes for an easy completion when you've got a guy who's that wide open. He makes the PAT. Let's get the latest now from Reese Davis.
we keep your finger on the pulse of the top 10. This is a game we've been watching closely today. The Spartans unleash their aerial assault and score a touchdown. Michigan State leads it 26-23.
Our game, 28-17. Looks like they're ready for the kick.
Kickoff. Woods deep to return.
Excellent kick. He gets out to about the 22-yard line.
22 yards.
Not a lot of success for this offense on their last trip out. Steps out of bounds at the 24.
That's good for a gain of 2 yards. That makes it 2nd and 8.
It's 2nd down, 8 to go. Ball on the 24. He scrambled. Tries to get around the corner. He's got an opening. Slides down to the ground. And he has a huge gain.
And I like the decision-making ability of this quarterback. He looks and looks. He sees nothing. He didn't get rattled. He sees some green in front of him, and he takes off. Ends up with a great run.
Man left, man left.
Just throws this one away. From their own 36-yard line, it's 2nd down. Setting up blockers, the running back's got it on the screen, and he's shoved out of bounds around the 35-yard line.
That makes it 3rd and 11.
Kill it, motion me out.
Delivers to the halfback on the screen. And he's tackled at the 40. About 5 yards on the screen.
It's a well-designed play to the halfback, and it worked at least to get them a medium gain on the play.
Washington State's going to take their first time out of the hat. Everybody up close. It looks like they're coming after this kick. He punts it away, and it's a great kick. He gets out to about the 28-yard line. Washington State's offensive coordinator, I don't know if he saw something in that defense in that first quarter, but right now they're rolling.
You know, they started off a little bit slow, but give him a lot of credit for making the adjustments, and all of a sudden he's made enough adjustments to put his offense in a position to put up a lot of points.
So now the offense comes back out, hoping for the same success they had on their last drive.
This offensive coordinator's got to be feeling so good about the execution that he's seeing from his quarterback and his wide receivers. Because, again, they put so much time into trying to put a plan together, and to be able to see that actually come into play makes you feel pretty good as a play caller.
There was just no way anybody could catch up with that pass.
It's 2nd and 10. Ball on their own 28. There are 5 wide receivers split out. The quarterback in the gun. Quick strike, and he drops it.
Smith, the intended receiver on the play. 3rd down.
They come out in an empty backfield. Zipped it out, and that was almost picked off.
Terrific coverage, and when you clog up passing lanes like that, you can force a quarterback to make some poor decisions. Almost got themselves a turnover, too.
It's 4th down, and the offense is getting set to go for it. He's tackled right around the 42-yard line. Washington State will take their 2nd time out of the half.
1st down.
Here we go. Mike 56.
Let's see if a quarterback heaves it up there and one of his guys can come down with it. Nearly intercepted. As they head to the locker rooms, this one is far from over. 28-17, Cougars. All right, Reese and David, welcome back, everybody. Just about set to start the second half. Sends it sailing downfield. And it sails out of the end zone for a touchback. So we're just about ready to return to action.
Roger. Mike 56. Mike 56.
Takes it up the middle for a nice run.
That's what I do.
That's a gain of 4 on the play. That makes it 2nd and 6.
Mike 56. Mike 56.
Easy. Delta. Let's go.
Nice run there.
With the run. Gain of 4 yards. That'll bring up 3rd and 2.
Check.
Mike 56. Mike 56.
Here we go.
And he's taken down at the 35-yard line. And he carries the ball for a nice gain.
That's a gain of 5 on the play. First down.
From their own 40-yard line. First down. Screen pass. He's got his halfback. They'll wrestle him down in the backfield. 3-yard loss there.
Not much going on there. Those kind of plays will not work against this defense. You can be sure of that.
Check. Mike 56. Mike 56.
Green 19.
Fires out to his wideout. Tackle made at the 45.
Well, brings him down at the 45-yard line. That'll make it 3rd and 5.
From their own 45-yard line. 3rd down.
Mike 56.
They come out in a 5-wide set.
59 Phillies.
And he's level at the 48.
Well, makes the tackle at the 48-yard line. That makes it 1st and 10.
Here's the 8th play of the series. 5 guys will be out in the pattern as they're in the shotgun.
Green 19.
He throws it. And that's the way you're supposed to play pitch and catch.
Absolutely. You know, this wide receiver is a difference maker. He's one of those players that has a chance to go the distance every time you get him the ball.
From the 22-yard line. First down. They'll spread the field with 5 wide. Up the middle for a nice gain. Taylor gains about 4 yards on the play.
That makes it 2nd and 6.
This is the 10th play of this drive.
Four down. Mike 56. Mike 56.
Go. Red 18.
Throws into coverage, just picked off.
With the interception.
That INT puts him in a position to make this a game.
Yeah, they really needed that. That's a huge boost to morale.
We've got a 1st and 10. Ball on the 33-yard line. Here's the run right. He's got nowhere to go.
That's a loss of 5 yards. That'll bring up 2nd and 15.
He gets hit out of bounds right around the 44-yard line. from their own 44-yard line. It's first down. Good outside run there. And the option to the halfback gets 6 yards.
That'll make it 2nd and 4.
The quarterback in the gun. Empty backfield. 5 wide receivers in the formation. Big opening. Decides to slide.
Gain of 6 on the play. That makes it 1st and 10.
From the 44-yard line. First down. He's taken down around the 32-yard line. It's 1st and 10. Ball on the 32. He gets out to about the 32-yard line.
No gain on the play. That makes it 2nd and 10.
And this is the 8th play of the drive.
Three down. Mike 8. Mike 8. Motion.
Quick strike to the receiver. He's at the 20. Knocked out of bounds at the 9-yard line.
That makes it 1st and goal.
And this is the 9th play of the current drive.
Check 50.
He's pushed out of bounds at the 1-yard line.
That's a gain of 8 on the play. That brings up 2nd and goal.
It's 2nd and goal. Ball on the 1-yard line.
Three down. Check 50.
They're showing blitz.
Check 9.
Tries to get out of trouble, but he can't shake the defense.
That is a loss of 4 yards. That makes it 3rd and goal.
And this is the 11th play of the current drive.
Three down. Mike 13.
And it looks like they're going to bring some heat. Throws to the receiver. Got it for the touchdown. And he converts the extra point. A quick update now. Here's Reese.
You're always locked in on what's going on in the top 10. We've been watching this thing all day long. And for Michigan State, they're trying to win their first game of the year.
TCU lines up for the kickoff. He's to the 10. Tackle at the 14. The Horned Frogs defense really looked pathetic in that first half, Kirk, and now they're doing a nice job.
Well, obviously, they've made some adjustments after the first half, and it's paid off for them. I think right now they're tuned in to what this offense is trying to do, and I think they're also just playing with a little bit more of a chip on their shoulder.
The quarterback threw an interception on their last drive. Let's see if they can be more successful here.
One general rule in any game is to hold on to the ball. If you're in the negative in the turnover department, your chances of winning decrease exponentially.
McCullough with the tackle at the 20-yard line.
They need about 3 yards to get the first here on second down.
Mike 56.
They'll line up with 5 wide receivers. Brought down after a nice run up the middle.
Called a gain of 4 yards. First down.
So an empty backfield with 5 wide receivers.
Easy, easy. Buffalo.
Fires quick out to the receiver, and he can't make the grab.
Jenkins was the intended receiver on the play. That makes it 2nd and 10.
Second down, 10 yards to go. Ball on the 24-yard line. 5 wide.
Easy.
Check 9.
Check. 98 Weasel.
Throws falling back and got his man. Brought down around the 29-yard line.
3rd down.
Go nowhere, 22. Go nowhere.
Washington State is up 4.
Mike 56.
And he's immediately tackled.
Wow, that was close. I think the officials marked the spot correctly, and it gives them the first by an eyelash.
1st and 10. Ball on the 35-yard line. They come out in an empty backfield.
Easy. Delta.
Finds his man, and they take him down immediately.
The player on the tackle at the 31-yard line. That'll bring up 2nd and 3.
Check. Patriot.
Go down. Mike 56. Mike 56.
And they make the stop at the 44-yard line.
That's good for a gain of 3 yards. That'll make it 3rd and 1.
This is the 8th play of this drive.
98 Weasel.
They come out in a 5-wide set. They'll bring him down at the 47.
Part of a gain of 9 yards. 1st down.
From the 47-yard line. 1st down.
56. Mike 56.
Regular.
He makes it out to maybe the 46-yard line.
Call it a gain of 1 yard. That brings up 2nd and 9.
Hold on for a wild ride in the 4th quarter if this one follows suit. The Cougars in front, 28-24. And this is the 10th play of the drive. They'll spread the field with 5 wide.
Easy.
Shift. Watch the shift.
Red 68. Red 98 Weasel.
Pass out to the tight end, but it's incomplete.
That was textbook coverage by the defense. That's exactly what you want to do on every single pass play, but it doesn't always happen.
Welcome back to the action here as we resume play here in quarter number 4. They'll line up with 5 wide receivers. Tackled at about the 29-yard line.
You like to see a team having success like this running the football. It can really open up things for the offense.
Here's the 12th play of the drive. Washington State holds a 4-point lead.
Easy. Delta.
Fires to his tight end, nothing doing.
Incomplete. Davis, the intended receiver on the play. That makes it 2nd and 10.
2nd down and 10 to go. Ball on the 29-yard line. They'll spread the field here. Let's see what the defense does with a 5-wide outlook. And they get nice yardage on that run. This flag came from the umpire, and that means this is probably holding.
Offense.
That penalty drives them back, and they're shooting themselves in the foot here.
Well, if they could just keep their concentration, they'll avoid situations like that.
So it's 2nd down and long now after the penalty. 5 wide.
Here we go.
Throws quickly, and it's almost intercepted.
Hayes was the intended receiver on the play. That'll bring up 3rd and long.
Here's play number 14 of this drive. Quick throw, and he's tackled at about the 15-yard line.
And gets the tackle at the 15-yard line. That makes it 1st and 10.
First down, 10 yards to go. Ball on the 15-yard line. The offense looking here to exercise any red zone demons they might have after throwing an interception on their last trip. He's wrapped up for the sack. It's the senior corner who nails the quarterback for the sack.
Nice call here, but they might want to wait a while before going back to it again.
Defense looking for another sack in this second down and long situation. Washington State is up by 4. He flings it. And it's going the other way. It's the senior corner. That interception breathes new life into this team.
I'm not quite sure I would have made that pass. It obviously wasn't open. This quarterback's got to be more conservative with the ball when they have the lead late in the game like this.
They got to him before he could get back to the line.
That is exactly the type of play that good linebackers make on a regular basis. And if you can make enough of them in college, you're probably going to get a chance to play at the next level.
From their own 17-yard line, second down. Delivers to the halfback on the screen. He's out to the 30. He's tackled at the 33-yard line.
He had a couple trains coming at him, but when they blitzed, it created a hole in the coverage, and they took advantage of it.
First and 10. Ball on their own 33. Down he goes, at around the 48-yard line.
First down.
First down, 10 to go. Ball on the 48-yard line. That's a great tackle at the 48-yard line.
Called a loss of 4 yards on the play. That makes it second and 14.
Scrambling around, and they get the sack.
Called a loss of 6 yards on the play. Third down.
Third and long, and they could really use a big play here.
I got number 23. I got you, 23. Check 13.
Halfback screen, incomplete.
Number 23 was the intended receiver on the play. Fourth down.
Hart is the punter. He puts it away, and it's a great kick. This one's going to be down in the end zone for a touchback. And for Mitchell, it has not been an easy ride in this one.
You know, with all these interceptions, there isn't a quarterback that's ever played that doesn't start to look over his shoulder, wondering if, in fact, they might be thinking about pulling the trigger. So far, his offensive coordinator is believing in him, but he better get going here in a hurry.
And he's tackled after positive yardage.
Gain of 6 yards. That'll make it second and 4.
So it's second down now, and they need about 4 yards to pick up the first. Washington State is up 4. Here's a run up the gut, but nothing going there.
No gain on the play. That'll bring up third and 4.
quarterback all by himself in the backfield with 5 wideouts. And he's taken down at the 42.
Well, breaks the tackle at the 42-yard line. That makes it 1st and 10.
We've got a 1st and 10. Ball on the 42. They come out in an empty backfield.
Lucky 95. 59 Philly. 59 Philly.
Tackled after a decent pickup.
Call it a gain of 6 yards. That brings up 2nd and 5.
It's 2nd down, 5 to go. Ball on the 48-yard line. And they've got all their DBs in there to match up against the 5-wide set. Trying to get it to the tight end, but it falls to the ground.
Davis, the intended receiver on the play. That'll make it 3rd and 5.
Let's go. Black 98.
Nice run there. Townsend gets about 4 yards on the play. And it's the offense that takes the field on 4th down. They come out in a 5-wide set. Tackle made at the 27-yard line.
21 yards. 1st down.
It's 1st and 10. Ball on the 27-yard line. There are 5 wide receivers split out. The quarterback in the gun. Makes it out to about the 19. The Horned Frogs taking their first time out of the half. Green gains 8 yards on that play. This is the 9th play of this drive.
Easy. Eagle.
Just under 2 to go in the game. Makes it out to about the 10. TCU's going to have to use their 2nd time out of the half.
Brad, that's a huge 1st down for this offense. At this point, the defense's only hope is they've got to try to rip that ball away from the quarterback or the running back to get the football back to their offense because the clock now is a big factor.
They'll spread the field with 5 wide. He's taken down at the 2. TCU's out of timeouts. It's 2nd down, and they're about 2 yards away from the sticks. Touchdown, Washington State. Townsend's had high expectations since he was a high schooler, and now it looks like he's every bit as good as suggested. Congratulations to him on his first touchdown. He splits the uprights with the extra point. Let's get an update now. Here's Reese Davis. Reese.
The Ducks came into the game ranked 10th. After the hard-fought loss, will the pollsters keep them high in the rankings? And for Michigan State, they grab a W in the season opener. The Spartans get a W that's perfect to them. Elsewhere, we keep your finger on the pulse of the top 10. And for USC, they look to start their season off on the right foot. USC has the edge. 7-0.
And we thank you, Reese Davis. Back to the action here. They line up to kick this one away.
For the kickoff. Hall deep to return.
He sends this one deep. He's to the 20. He's tackled at the 27. I have a feeling we haven't seen the end of the fireworks today.
Well, we're under 2 minutes to go in this game, and this offense is down by 2 possessions. The defense knows that if they can come up with another stop, this game is over.
The offense takes the field again. They were forced to punt their last time out. Just under 2 minutes in the game. He gets rid of this one. It's 2nd and 10. Ball on the 27. Gets it. He's in space. Brought down around the 48-yard line.
He is such a reliable target. You throw it anywhere near him, and this guy's going to get his hands on it and make a catch.
And he's shoved out of bounds at the 44.
That makes it 2nd and 2.
So it's 2nd down and about 2 yards to go. And they got it.
Coaches don't like it when their quarterback gets hit like that. Don't be surprised to see the old coach get on his lineman to protect the quarterback a little bit better.
Sets up a screen. Tailback's got it. Tackled for a loss. 3-yard loss there.
They really just didn't have any room to work on that play. The defense just suffocated them there.
Washington State's going to take their first time out of the half. So it's 4th down, and the offense is still on the field. We have less than a minute to go. So the big blow comes from the defense. They come up with the stop of the day, and that'll ice this football game. And they're going to have to give the ball back after going for it on 4th and long.
Not much you can do there. You got to go for it and give yourselves a chance.
So their last drive resulted in 6 points. Do you think we'll see the same result on this one?
They ran the ball extremely well on their last drive. And until this defense figures out how to stop it, I think they'll have no problem moving the ball down the field.
They'll bring him down at the 14-yard line.
32 yards. First down.
Let's see now how the defense responds to giving up the gain on the run. In the shotgun and 5 wideouts.
Easy, Eagle! Eagle! Easy, Eagle!
Looks over the middle, and it's picked off. The Cougars were really excited when they got this guy. They expect him to be a future star, a top recruit, a great talent. There's tackle number 1. He's brought down in the open field. Spikes the ball.
That makes it 2nd and 10.
2nd and 10. Ball on their own 25. Throws quick to the receiver, and it falls incomplete.
Well, that is great coverage by this defense. They did everything that they could to force that wide receiver into a very small window close to the boundary. The quarterback makes the throw to give his receiver a chance to make a play. The problem is there's no room left for the receiver to get his foot down for the catch.
He's going to air it long. The defender had his hands on it, but it's incomplete. Well, more fun and points than Kirk and I expected. Washington State 35, TCU 24. That does it for this edition of NCAA Football 14. For Kirk Herbstreit, I'm Brad Nessler saying so long.
Hi, everybody. Reese Davis with you, bringing you the EA Sports NCAA Football 14 pregame show presented by Nissan. Innovation that excites. Old school versus new school. Power and ISO versus pitch and catch and get the guys out in space. These two teams have contrasting philosophies. One team loves time of possession. The other team could care less about it. Who establishes the tempo it wants could go a long way toward determining who wins. Thanks for checking out the pregame show. NCAA college football action coming up next with Brad and Kirk on the call. David and I will see you at halftime.
This is Gainesville, Florida, located here in the Sunshine State. The players are taking the field and the fans are generating some noise. It's time for the coin toss now, presented by Coke Zero. Real Coke taste, 0 calories. Enjoy everything. Washington State will be kicking off, and you can just feel the energy in the air for this opening kickoff. From his own goal line, he's to the 20, at the 30, and they push him out around the 38-yard line.
You gotta love opening the game with a solid kick return like this.
So here comes the offense taking the field for the first time today. And he shoved out of bounds at the 48-yard line. A nice-looking play that time.
Well, the defense was blitzing here, and again, great recognition by the quarterback to find the hot receiver.
From their own 48-yard line, it's first down. They bring him down.
The smart quarterbacks and offensive linemen have a really unique relationship. A quarterback should take care of his offensive lineman. But after that play and that hit, you really got to be wondering what kind of relationship this quarterback and his offensive lineman have after that.
3 down. Mike 13.
He's under pressure, and he's level at the 40-yard line.
That's a loss of 6 yards. That'll bring up 3rd and long.
From their own 40-yard line, it's 3rd down.
Shift! Watch the shift!
Ready!
Tackle made at the 41-yard line. Wade was the intended receiver on the play. That's going to bring up 4th down.
Yeah, they just couldn't connect on the pass there. That was a very good stand by this defense.
Let's hear it. Let's see some noise.
They've got 10 guys up. It looks like they're going to try to block this one. Didn't get all of that one.
38-yard penalty.
The Cougars, in talking with them this week, Kirk, is just interesting. Their perspective on this kid, how good he is, and how much they can lean on him.
Yeah, you and I had a chance to visit with not only the coaches, but the player himself. And I got a real good vibe walking out of those meetings and thinking that he's going to have a huge game. The coaches seem confident in being able to get him the football in different areas on the field. This kid has a look in his eye that I haven't seen in a long time, where He just wants to have a chance to have an impact on the game and on the outcome. And I'll be shocked if they can slow him down.
They go with a screen here, and the halfback's got it. And down he goes at the 34. Washington State's got a guy that statistically is leading the conference right now, and he has got the attention of everybody in the country, including the coordinator. From their own 34-yard line, first down. And he's tackled at about the 37-yard line.
That'll make it 2nd and 7.
He fights forward to about the 39. From their own 39-yard line, it's third down. They're one of the loudest crowds in the country, and they are on their feet. Fires out to his receiver, and a nice pickup there.
I'll tell you what, the defense gambled a bit here and came with the blitz, and the quarterback showed tremendous poise by making a good read and delivered a nice ball to the open man.
Here's the halfback. He makes it out to midfield. Taylor picks up 2 yards with the carry.
That was a great hit by the defender. He just drove the ball carrier right to the ground.
From the 50, second down. Tries to fit it in there, and it'll be intercepted. And this could be a big return. He's at the 20. And he probably should never have thrown that ball.
When your receivers are covered like that, sometimes as a quarterback, it's better to just take the sack than take your chances with a throw.
And he's taken down around the 15-yard line.
Loss of 1 yard on the play. That'll bring up 2nd and 11.
Second and 11 coming up now. Ball on the 15.
3 down. Mike 13. Mike 13.
They go with the run. He's taken down at the 16-yard line.
Call it a loss of 1 yard on the play. That brings up 3rd and 12.
From the 16-yard line, third down. Brought down around the 2-yard line.
That's a gain of 14 yards on the play. That makes it 1st and goal.
Two times. 3 down.
They line up in the jumbo set.
Mike 13.
That was just smash-mouth, helmet-to-chin football by the defensive line there. They dominated the point of attack.
From the 4-yard line, it's second down.
3 down.
Mike 13. He's coming. Let's go.
Touchdown, Florida! He makes the PAT. A 5-play, 13-yard drive, and it's good for 7 points.
Brad, that's one of those drives that can just tear your heart out. It can really demoralize a defense when they drive the ball down the field, and a lot of the yards came on the ground.
He's to the 10. Tackle at the 13-yard line. The Gators really took care of business on defense that first time out, Perfect.
One of the great traditions of college football is this defense and the way they play with such passion and enthusiasm in this environment. We're seeing that again today.
The quarterback comes back on the field, and I'm sure he's hoping to make up for that interception on the last drive.
He's got a lot of time to forget about that last pick. He's just got to stick to the game plan.
Nice run there. Taylor picks up about 4 yards on the play.
4 yards. That makes it 2nd and 6.
2nd and 6 coming up here. Ball on their own 17.
98 Weasels!
Tries to thread the needle, and it's not going to work. And that's the second interception of the game by this defense.
These guys are all over the field. It seems like wherever the quarterback throws the ball, there's a defender sitting right there.
Florida is up 7. He's got it with room to run. He gets hit out of bounds right around the 18-yard line.
That's good for a gain of 7 yards. That'll bring up 2nd and 3.
They need about 3 yards to get the first here on 2nd down.
You gonna get this, boy? You think you gonna get this?
He's tackled at the 21.
You know, it looked to me like he should have made the pitch, but he kept it instead and wound up going backwards.
Side left. 3 down. Mike 13.
Check 13. Check 13.
Boy, was he drilled as he let go of that football.
Yeah, he's going to feel that one tomorrow.
It's 4th down. So the field goal unit is on the field. They'll try for 3 points. Florida can make this a 2-possession game with this field goal. The kick is up, and he's got it. Fields gets set to kick this one away. Sends it sailing downfield. He's to the 10. He's to the 20. Knocked out of bounds at the 21-yard line. Florida's got a great defensive game plan, and it's working right now.
Well, even from up here, Brad, you can see their defensive speed, and they're just playing with kind of an aggressive attitude. They're going to have to maintain that to slow down this offense.
It's not quite a blowout, but unless they do something here, it might turn into one. And he's tackled after positive yardage.
That's a gain of 6 on the play. That brings up 2nd and 5.
From their own 27-yard line, it's 2nd down.
Easy.
Looking for the corner, and they make the stop around the 27-yard line.
That'll bring up 3rd and 4.
I don't know if they'll be able to hear his cadence in the midst of all this mayhem. Fires quickly to the tight end, and he hits him hard at the 39-yard line.
Not every offense uses their tight ends very effectively, but when they do, it can be a nightmare for a defense.
Double tight.
It's 1st and 10. Ball on the 39.
Mike 12.
They hand it off again. Tackled after a decent pickup.
That's a gain of 5 on the play. That brings up 2nd and 5.
Double tight, guys. Double tight. 4 down. 12's the Mike. Check. 98 Weasel.
Zips it to the back. Tackle at the 39. That one goes for good yardage and a 1st down.
Yeah, that's just a nice gain on 2nd down.
1st down.
From the 39-yard line. 1st down.
Mike 12. Mike 12.
He's at the 30. Gains his way to the 20-yard line.
They've obviously found a formula for moving the ball against this defense. Let's see if any adjustments are made before their backs are really against the wall.
Double tight. 4 down.
A long ways yet to go, but at the end of one, the Gators with a 10-point lead.
Double tight, double tight. Double tight. Pull down, pull down.
Mike 12.
Easy,
Mike
go.
12.
Decent run here, right side.
Gain of 7 on the play. That'll bring up 2nd and 3.
Second down, and they're going to need about 3 yards to pick up the first down.
Mike 12.
Mike 12.
Here we go. 59 Philly. 59.
Heading for the corner. And he carries the ball for a nice gain.
I think you got to give credit to the big boys up front there. They're able to get this back to room that he needed.
And this is the 9th play of the current drive.
Pull down, pull down. 12's the Mike. Easy, easy, easy. Big dog. Big dog.
He's got it out to his tight end. Touchdown, Cougars. Trying to get within a field goal. They'll try the point after. And he converts the extra point. A 9-play, 78-yard drive. And they put up 7 points. Everyone's all lined up and ready for the kickoff.
Pierce needs to return.
And he got all of this one. Great kick. And it goes into the end zone, down for a touchback. With 1 quarter down, I really haven't seen too much separation between these two squads. Might be neck and neck the whole way. Florida has a 3-point lead.
Let's go. Red 88.
They'll bring him down around the 36-yard line.
Gain of 11 on the play. That makes it 1st and 10.
From their own 36-yard line, it's 1st down.
Come on, baby. See what you got.
Takes it right, and he can't get back to the line.
Well, I think anytime you lose yardage, it's frustrating as a ball carrier. It's very frustrating as a play caller. Makes you a little bit more hesitant maybe to go back to a certain play. The biggest thing you want to do as an offensive coordinator is get the offense over to the sideline after the series, make sure everybody's on the same page, and then show the confidence that you still have in them despite this play, that you're going to go right back to the running back and trust that offensive line.
He's scrambling. He's wrapped up for the sack.
Outstanding job there by the linebacker to find his way through on the
That makes
blitz.
it 3rd and 15.
Third down, 15 to go. Ball on the 31-yard line. He's going to air it long. And he's hit immediately.
The offense caught him flat-footed to convert that 3rd and long. You can tell by the coach's reaction that that is a huge disappointment.
Tackled outside after a nice pickup.
That's good for a gain of 4 yards. That brings up 2nd and 5.
It's 2nd down, 5 to go. Ball on the 24-yard line. Florida holds a field goal lead. Up the middle for a nice gain.
You know that saying, get your keys out because we're on a drive? this offense right now is on a drive. I mean, this is their third first down. They're doing just about anything they want, and they're really starting to wear the psyche of this defense down.
Zips it to the tight end. Tackle made around the 12-yard line.
Hooker on the tackle at the 12-yard line. That brings up 2nd and 5.
This is the 8th play of this drive.
Tight left, tight left. 3 down.
Mike 13, Mike 13.
Caught with room to work. Out of bounds around the 1-yard line.
That's a gain of 11 in the play. That'll move the chains for Florida. First down.
1st and goal from the 1. Expect to see something straight up the middle.
Tight right, tight right. 3 down.
Touchdown, Gators. He splits the uprights with the extra point. And it looks like they're ready for the kickoff. He kicks it off, and he got all of that one. He's to the 10. He's to the 20. He's tackled at the 29. It was a pretty one-sided first quarter, but I wouldn't be surprised if things changed in a big way before halftime. They come out in an empty backfield.
59, Philly. Check 3, check 3, check 3. Let's go.
Tosses across the middle to his tight end, and he's tackled around the 43-yard line. Excellent play as the quarterback found his receiver for a big gain.
Well, give credit here to the receiver for finding that seam and coming up with a nice gain for the offense.
From their own 43-yard line. First down, the quarterback in the gun, empty backfield, 5 wide receivers in the formation. And down he goes, around the 47-yard line.
Griffin with the tackle at the 47-yard line. That makes it 1st and 10.
Tight left, tight left. 3 down.
5 wide.
Let's go. Easy. Check. Easy. Lucky 95.
And he's taken down right around the 38-yard line. Not a bad little play there.
Yeah, this is a nice job by the quarterback reading the coverage and delivering a very catchable ball and allowing his receiver to come up with a nice gain.
It's 2nd down now, and they're just a few feet away from that first down marker. He gets out to about the 35-yard line.
Call it a gain of 3 yards. First down.
Easy. Buffalo.
They come out in a 5 wide set.
Check 3. Let's go.
Got his man. Can't tack on any yardage.
Moore brings him down at the 29-yard line. That'll make
So it's 2nd down now, and they need about 4 yards to pick up the first.
Mike 12. Easy. Lock it.
Makes it to the 21.
Maybe after a nice run like that, you try to go up in the air for the play-action pass.
Man left.
They'll spread the field with 5 wide.
I got two. Easy. Lock it.
There's a strike complete. Inside the 10. Touchdown, Washington State. Townsend's had high expectations since he was a high schooler, and now it looks like he's every bit as good as suggested. Congratulations to him on his first touchdown. Here's the point after to try to cut this to a 3-point game. And he hits the PAT. A 7-play, 69-yard drive, and a touchdown's a result.
An amazing drive for this offense. Outstanding execution. If you're the defense, you've got to do something to try to change things up to get this quarterback out of sync.
The score now, 17-14. Excellent kick. He makes it out to maybe the 20-yard line.
Brad, this is my kind of game. I love seeing this kind of production and the way these quarterbacks are playing. Both teams are challenging both of these defenses.
In a game that's this close, you can't afford to waste possessions. Florida is up a field goal. He's taken down at the 23-yard line.
That's good for a gain of 3 yards. That makes it 2nd and 8.
From their own 23-yard line. 2nd down. Pass right, running back's got it. He's pushed out of bounds at the 38.
That's good enough there to the Florida. First down.
Looks like someone got a head start on the line.
False start, offense. Still first down.
First and 15 now after the penalty.
Three down. Nice 13, nice 13.
Brought down around the 32-yard line.
Anytime a running back gets one-on-one with a safety, I think that running back has the confidence in his own athletic ability to be able to make that safety miss and get upfield for some yards. That time, the safety just dominated him, made a great tackle in the backfield for a short loss.
Three down. Mike 13, Mike 13. Check 9, check 9.
Here's a screen pass. Gets it to the back. He's tackled at about the 47-yard line.
That'll move the chains for Florida. First down.
From the 47-yard line. First down. Florida is up by 3. He wants it all going long. Finds the junior. Touchdown, Florida! And he adds the extra point. Fields ready to kick. He sends this one deep. He's to the 10. He gets hit out of bounds at the 34-yard line. This offense just torched the defense through the air with a great passing attack on their last drive.
And it was a really nice drive, too, Brad. The quarterback got into a nice rhythm and did a good job of picking apart the defense.
Dumps it complete, the tight end over the middle. And they make the stop at the 44-yard line.
Just another weapon for this offense. He's got good hands, and he's tough to bring down. He showed right there that he can make something big happen.
They'll line up with 5 wide receivers. Tackle at the 36-yard line.
Gain of 20 on the play. First down.
They spread the field in the gun with 5 wide receivers. Makes the grab, and he's got the first. And he is drilled at the 25-yard line. Washington State's going to use their first time out of the half here. From the 25-yard line, it's first down. They come out in an empty backfield. Throws incomplete. They got a hand on it.
You know, for you young cornerbacks and young defensive backs, this is a great example of just being smart and efficient as a defender. Instead of taking a chance and going for that interception, he was smart. Got in position, knocked the football away, and didn't give the receiver a chance to make a play on the football.
Throws, and it's knocked away.
That was a heads-up play by the corner, but it would have never happened if the receiver would have come back to the ball instead of waiting for it to fall into his lap.
Third down, and they need to get it to the 15.
Fox 2, Fox 2. Slam.
5 wide.
Here we go. Regular.
And he's level at the 14. Washington State's going to have to use their second time out of the half.
That makes it 1st and 10.
Cut and look. Four down. Check. 98 Weasel. 98 Weasel. Run.
Tackled after a decent run up the gut.
That's the way to hit.
Gain of 4 on the play.
Right left.
That makes it 2nd and 6.
12's the bite.
They come out in a 5-wide set. Huge play, and it's going to be 1st and goal.
Mackey on the tackle at the 1-yard line.
Man left,
That makes it 1st and goal.
Quarterback all by himself in the backfield with 5 wideouts.
Mike 12. Easy. Check three. Slam.
Quick strike, tight end, and that's a touchdown. That's his 2nd touchdown catch of the game.
And a great awareness by the quarterback to get him the ball and pick up 6 points.
Here's the extra point to get within a field goal. He makes the PAT. A 9-play, 67-yard drive, and they get it in for 7.
Brad, how about the guys up front? The offensive line giving the quarterback plenty of time to be able to read the defense and make the right throw.
So our score, 24-21. He just drills this one. This one's going to be down in the end zone for a touchback. Momentum swings have been fairly even. And with so little separation, this game can be drastically changed on just 1 or 2 plays. Florida has a 3-point lead. He's hit and taken down.
I'm really liking what I see from this guy. He's not afraid to go to the air on any down.
The Gators call a timeout. That's their 2nd of the half. 1st down, 10 to go. Ball on the 37-yard line. He goes out of bounds at the 40-yard line.
Gain of 3 yards. That makes it 2nd and 6.
Tight right. 3 down. Mike 13. Easy. Rally.
He's on the run. And he tackles him hard at the 39-yard line.
Boy, that time the defense did a really good job of bringing pressure. They brought the blitz, and really it freed up the defensive line to eventually put pressure on the quarterback.
He chucks it downfield. He goes up, picked off. There's been no lack of scoring here as we've reached halftime. The score, 24-21, Florida.
We've played 30 minutes. Glad to have you with us on the EA Sports NCAA Football 14 halftime show presented by Nissan. Innovation that excites. David Pollack and I here in the studio to break down everything that just happened in your game. Offensive coordinators get a lot of attention in college football these days, understandably so, and a lot of innovation going on in the sport.
Yep.
I don't know if this is innovation as much as just execution and explosive playmaking.
Yeah, and there's always a rhythm and a flow to offensive play calling, and you can see them when they start to get into it, and everything just goes perfect. And right now, that's the rhythm and flow. I mean, right now, everything that they're dialing up seems to be working, and that's a special skill. It's not everybody can do it. Sometimes you get too creative and shoot yourself in the foot, but right now, passing at will, running at will, really picking good spots for both of those plays. For whether it's a run or a pass, they're picking their spots, and it's working really well.
David and I will be keeping an eye on your game and everything else going on in the country here in our palatial and comfortable surroundings in the studio. The best seat in the house belongs to Brad Nessler in Kirkherb Street.
Great first half. Hopefully the second half's as good. Nice kick, plenty of distance. He's to the 10. Tackle at the 13. The Cougars are on a roll right now, an absolute roll. 21 straight points, and the defense has no answer for them. There's still plenty of time to keep running their offense as usual here. I don't think they need to feel any anxiety about trailing. They'll spread the field with 5 wide. They'll bring him down at the 16. From their own 16-yard line, it's second down. A quarterback in the gun with 5 receivers. And it's caught, and he's brought down quickly.
Mackey makes the tackle at the 21-yard line. That'll bring up 3rd and 2.
Easy. Stingray.
They'll line up with 5 wide receivers.
Let's go.
Brought down after a nice run up the middle.
Good for a gain of 6 yards. First down.
From their own 27-yard line. First down.
Close the fight. Easy.
Tackle made around the 27-yard line.
That makes it 2nd and 10.
Man left. Four down. Mike 12.
They come out in an empty backfield. Here's the throw, and I don't think he got anything on that.
Makes the tackle at the 27-yard line. That makes it
And so it's another 3rd down upcoming here. Becoming the 12th man, the crowd is always into it here. Throws quickly, and it's almost intercepted. And that'll bring up a punting situation.
The defense held their ground on that play. The quarterback just wasn't able to find any open receivers.
Rodgers is waiting for the snap. Brought down at the 41-yard line. So they're just about set to get the game going again.
Three down.
Florida holds a field goal lead.
pass is incomplete. Williams is the intended receiver on the play. That makes it 2nd and 10.
Man left.
From their own 41-yard line. Second down.
Mike 13.
Got a man, watch out here. And he's tackled at the 49.
First down.
throws it away.
Brad, I just think this quarterback's got to do a much better job of being able to read that defense and make quicker decisions. And especially when the defense starts to get pressure, you've got to either get rid of that football or check it down or take off and run with it.
Second down, 10 yards to go. Ball on the 49-yard line. It looks like they're going to blitz. Handoff inside, and he's taken down at the 48.
Call it a gain of 1 yard. That'll make it 3rd and 9.
Take 4, take 4.
Let's go, Brad, let's go. Ready. Let's go. Francis, get hot.
Three.
Passes left, gets it out to the halfback, and down he goes at the 49-yard
Loss
line.
of 1 yard on the play. That'll make it 4th and 10.
Florida is up a field goal. It's a short kick.
24-yard punt. Out of bounds at the 25-yard line.
This deficit can be easily overcome, sure. But they have to be thinking if they don't get something going on this series, the burden is going to be felt by their defense. Takes it up the middle for a nice run. Taylor gets 6 yards on the carry.
That'll make it 2nd and 4.
They're about 4 yards away here on second down.
Like 12.
They'll spread the field here. Let's see what the defense does with a 5-wide outlook. Quick throw, almost intercepted.
Complete. Smith, the intended receiver on the play. That'll bring up 3rd and 4.
Man left, man left. Easy. Eagle.
5 wide. Gets to about the 34-yard line. And it's the offense that takes the field on 4th down.
Like 12.
Brought down to the open field. Pretty good gain. More importantly, though, it's good for the first down.
That's heartbreaking for a defense. They stopped him on the first 3 plays, but they just couldn't contain the pass on 4th down.
They come out in a 5-wide set.
Ready. Check.
Take 4.
Set. 59, Philly. Check. Fox 2.
Gets rid of it quickly. It's going the other way.
I just don't think he saw the defender, and he threw the ball right at him. That's what happens when you focus on one guy. You get tunnel vision.
2 times.
1st and 10. Ball on their own 37. Florida is up by 3. He's taken down right around the 40.
That's good for a gain of 3 yards. That'll make it 2nd and 7.
Larry.
Shift.
Here we go.
Got the corner. Knocked out of bounds right around the 44-yard line.
First down.
It's 1st and 10. Ball on the 44-yard line. Out of bounds at the 41.
That makes it 2nd and 6.
Double tight, guys. Double tight.
3 down. Like 13.
Brought down at the 38. The back gets 3 on the carry.
3 yards. 3rd down.
They're about 4 yards away here on 3rd down.
3 down.
Big opening. Inside the 10. He's tackled at the 1.
They're eating up a lot of field on this drive. I'm really impressed with their ball control.
They'll wrestle him down in the backfield. The offense couldn't get those linemen blocked, and they'll lose yards.
Well, here the defensive linemen did a great job at sealing up the hole at the line of scrimmage.
From the 3-yard line. Second down. Florida has a 3-point lead. Now he tries to buy some time. And they make the stop at the 3-yard line. He was lucky to get back to the line of scrimmage on that scramble.
This safety is as vicious a player as you're going to find. He will make the tackle every single time.
And this is the 9th play of the current drive.
3 down. Mike eight.
Taken down in the backfield.
Well, I think it's safe to say the defense had his number on that one. It can be very frustrating for a running back when he's stopped before he even gets going.
It's 4th down. This should be an easy field goal. Kicks away, and it's through the uprights.
And you got to think they're pretty happy with holding him to a field goal right there.
Fields is lined up to kick this one off. Sends it sailing downfield. He's to the 10. The Gators defense, I thought they looked lost in the first half, and it seems like they finally found their bearings here in the third quarter.
I think they were confused in the first half, and I think they've made the right adjustments. And right now, boy, they're playing with an attitude, and I think they're really attacking this offense much better than the way they looked early in this game.
Well, let's see if he can shake off that pick that he tossed last time out.
One general rule in any game is to hold on to the ball. If you're in the negative in the turnover department, your chances of winning decrease exponentially.
From their own 27-yard line. First down. They'll spread the field with 5 wide. And he makes it out to about the 27-yard line. Picked up a yard of anything on that run.
That makes it 2nd and 10.
In the shotgun and 5 wide out. Tries to fit it in there, and it'll be intercepted. Tackle at the 18.
He seemed a little hesitant on that throw, and that left the defender time to break on the ball and pick it off.
We'll head to the final quarter of play. Will the offensive fireworks continue? The Gators in front by 6. From the 18-yard line, it's first down. Florida up 6. And they got him for a loss. That was well defended by this defense.
The offensive line is so concerned with their penetrating abilities that these linebackers are able to roam free and make plays like that.
Welcome back to the action. 4th quarter. This one will decide it. Tight ball game through 3.
Mike 13. Come on. You better bring it.
And they'll bring him down behind the line.
That's a loss of 5 yards. That'll bring up 3rd and long.
Third down and long coming up here. Ball on the 26.
Mike 13. Ready. Flag 98.
Gets it. He's in space. They'll bring him down at the 11-yard line.
That's a gain of 15 on the play. That brings up 4th and 3.
Let's go, Stan. We need to stop right here, defense.
They try to get a head start there.
Let's go, D. Let's go.
False start, offense.
It's so tough to move the ball forward. Even a 5-yard setback can do damage to a drive.
Fourth down. So the kicking team is on the field. They'll try for 3.
Let's go, let's go.
The kick is up, and he got it. all lined up and ready for the kickoff. He sends this one deep. He's to the 10. He's to the 20. He's tackled at the 28. And for Mitchell, it's been a rough night.
You know, with all these interceptions, there isn't a quarterback that's ever played that doesn't start to look over his shoulder, wondering if, in fact, they might be thinking about pulling the trigger. So far, his offensive coordinator is believing in him, but he better get going here in a hurry.
Easy.
Catches it, and that's all.
This is smart, efficient play calling. You don't need to make the highlight reel on each play.
Second and 3.
They need about 3 yards to get the first here on second down. They'll line up with 5 wide receivers. Tackle made around the 49-yard line.
That's good for a gain of 16 yards. That makes it first and 10.
Navajo!
The quarterback in the gun. Empty backfield. 5 wide receivers in the formation. Up the middle for a nice gain. Taylor gains about 4 yards on the play.
That'll make it second and 7.
It's second down, 7 to go. Ball on the 45-yard line. The defense has got some of their best pass defenders on the field. They set up in the dime to counter that 5 wide receiver set. Throws incomplete, intended for his wideouts.
Terrific coverage, and when you clog up passing lanes like that, you can force a quarterback to make some poor decisions. Almost got themselves a turnover, too.
They're one of the loudest crowds in the country, and they are on their feet. Nice run, and he's brought down. That's a nice run, but it's short of the first down.
Play by the defense to stop him just short.
So the coach wanted this challenge, and Kirk, I really don't understand this one.
I got to be honest, Brad, I'm a little confused. I'm not quite sure why the coach wanted to challenge this one because he doesn't really gain or lose anything by it.
After review of the play, the ruling on the field is reversed.
So the call on the field will be reversed. From the 38-yard line, first down.
Easy.
They come out in an empty backfield. He gets out to about the 35-yard line.
That's a gain of 3 on the play. That'll make it second and 7.
Quarterback all by himself in the backfield with 5 wideouts. Fires quickly, and he's got his man. And he's tackled at the 24.
That's good for a gain of 11 yards. First down.
Easy.
First down, 10 yards to go. Ball on the 24. 5 wide. Gets out to about the 21. And the halfback carries for a pickup of 3.
That'll make it second and 7.
He steps out at the 20. That last pass got him only a yard.
The defense respects this guy and knows they have to pay a lot of attention to him. He didn't have any room after that catch.
And this is the 10th play of the drive. And this crowd is going absolutely crazy. Caught, open field. And he's taken down around the 10-yard line. They come out in a 5 wide set. And he carries the ball for a nice gain. Green gains around 6 yards on the run.
That'll bring up second and 3.
Regular. Let's go.
Hand off, and he's met immediately.
No gain. That'll bring up 3 and 4.
The crowd really making it difficult. Finds his receiver. Touchdown. And he adds the extra point. So a 12-play, 66-yard drive, and that's good for a touchdown.
Brad, I thought that was a textbook drive. I thought they did a really good job of showing balance, mixing the play calling with the run and the pass. Just an overall well-executed touchdown drive.
Washington State has their hands team on the field for the onside kick. And down he goes at the 43.
Onside kick.
Both teams realize that when the ball is snapped, we're one play away from a very different ball game. Florida with a 2-point advantage.
Easy, 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 easy.
Pass complete and taken down immediately.
That brings up 2nd and 5.
We've got a 2nd and 5. Ball on the 38. And he's tackled after positive yardage. Decent gain there on the play by the running back, and that's enough for the first.
Good running and a strong push to get into the second level of that defense.
He scrambled, and he has it on the corner. He's at the 20, and they push him out at about the 13. First and 10. Ball on the 13. The Cougars will use their first time out of the half.
Three down. Mike 13, Mike 13.
Throws complete. He's got room to work. He goes out of bounds at about the 5-yard line.
That makes it 2nd and 2.
So it's 2nd down and about 2 yards to go.
Mike 13, Mike 13. He's coming, he's coming.
Just over 2 minutes in the game.
Ready. Black with the 5. Black with the 5. 117, 117.
Washington State's going to have to use their second time out of the half.
Three down. Mike 13, Mike 13.
Slings it. He's taken down at the 1-yard line. Franklin picks up around 5 yards with that catch, and that'll keep the chain gang moving.
And they're moving the ball well because this quarterback hasn't thrown an incompletion yet on this drive.
First down, and they've got their eyes on that goal line. And down he goes at the 4-yard line.
Loss of 4 on the play. That brings up 2nd and goal.
Man left, man left. Three down. Mike 13, Mike 13.
Ready. Check, check. 98 Weasel. 98 Weasel.
Touchdown, Gators. the extra point that'll make it a two-score game. And he converts the extra point. And it looks like they're ready for the kickoff. And he got all of this one. Great kick. He's to the 10. Got the corner. He's to the 20. At the 30. And he's brought down at the 47-yard line. So now the offense comes back out, hoping for the same success they had on their last drive.
So much of the passing game is about the timing between the quarterback and his wide receivers. Right now with this offense, they are in sync, and really the timing and execution is flawless.
He's taken over the school's record for catches in a game.
Where in the world would they be without him making all these catches? He's been absolutely huge.
Brought down around the 11-yard line.
Gain of 16 on the play. That makes it 1st and 10.
Just over a minute in the fourth quarter.
98 Weasel! 98 Weasel!
Over the middle to his tailback. And they make the stop around the 9-yard line.
Call it a gain of 2 yards. That makes it 2nd and 8.
They'll spread the field with 5 wide. Zipped it out, and that was almost picked off.
I'm not sure the quarterback saw him when he was getting ready to pass because he stuck his paw right in the passing lane.
From the 9-yard line, it's 3rd down. Really one of the very tough places to play in college football, and it's no different today. Fires quickly, and he's got his receiver for the touchdown. And he tacks on the extra point. A nice 5-play, 46-yard drive, and it results in a touchdown.
Brad, I love these kind of drives. They're old school, grind it out and earn the yards and just rip the heart right out of that defense.
Washington State is down to their last dollar. They're lined up for the onside to try to stay in the game. He's taken down at the 40-yard line. What an offensive flurry here in the fourth quarter, Herbie.
Man, I can barely catch my breath. Neither one of these offenses can be stopped.
This is where the offense has to come to the forefront. They work all week for situations like this. They've got the lead. They've got a chance to add to it, and that'll mean a victory. He takes an 8. And that should do it. Our final tally in this one. Florida, 37. Washington State, 35. For EA Sports and Kirk Herbstreit, this is Brad Nessler saying thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.